Welcome back to another night of 37 Days of Dwarf, Day 27. Teach me to mute my feedback, won't it? My wife is actually doing the repetition noise I'm getting from talking over myself. Hilarious. Welcome back to all you folks. I hope you're having a wonderful evening tonight. Let's get started. All right. And proper zoom level set. There we go. Got our fortifications up, but not the final ceiling. Okay. Crash took out our damn yard cloth, so now we've got a tree over an area we cut out. I just realized that's no good. Have to take that back down. Need to get our lever linked. As I recall, we have done that, and we're into winter now. That's too late. Much too late to be doing this. Down here, build ourselves a lever. Pause for a second. We can put our lever that looks halfway decent. Right there will work. Actually, let me take a look here. Looks like 11 is a waste level, so we'll go down to 12. Lever complex dug in so we can get our switches marked. Cheese made, and then I think we have everything out of the wagon. Okay. Okay. Get all these temporary workshops disassembled and moved to where they need to be. Down there on the stoneworking floor.
saying no to you, but no.
Actually, you know what? Before I go too much further, I want to give a shout out here to Blind IRL, who's been hosting my channel for most of the last 7 years. Due to some changes in how Twitch is handling things recently, he's not getting actually any pass through from my channel back the other direction anymore. When I used to auto-host him, people would get recommendations when they tuned in and I wasn't around to visit his channel. And now, if they're idling on my channel, they don't see his channel recommended at all. Kind of want to take a moment and give a shout out to him for helping to drive traffic to our charity drive for the last 7 years or so. If you guys are looking for something a little more creatively orientated, you might want to pop out and take a look at his channel. As somebody who is doing this a little more full-time than I am, he's kind of privileged to be able to demonstrate some of the more artistic displays he's putting on, yeah? Okay. And we'll set our farmers' workshops up to milk any animals we have that are suitable for milking, and make cheese out of whatever milk we have on hand. Got a good supply of drinks going now. Things are starting to look up. Okay, still getting all our religious needs at least partly met. That's good. Sorry, I was relating a anecdote to the wife, which y'all might find a little bit amusing at least. Our refrigerator went out. It was a scratch and dent we picked up a couple of years ago, back before Sears went out of business, and, well, we've had some problems with it. We didn't expect it to... Oops, that last one is not a lever. That's not a lever. That needs to go away. And, you know, we've just decided it was probably not worth the hassle of trying to fix the thing at this point, so we went out and got a new one. And of course, anyone who has cats will tell you that cats react to change, I won't say poorly, but slowly. Like, no change is complete till they've actually checked it out for themselves, you understand? So this afternoon, I'm finishing up work, and the cats are sitting at the base of the stairs looking at the kitchen, looking at the new refrigerator like nosy gossipers discussing a new neighbor that's just moved in. And the ice maker drops, I don't know, its first ice cube into the tray, since it's finally been hooked up. And both cats, you'd have thought somebody lobbed something at them. They both took off up the stairs as fast as their little legs would carry them. And it's hysterical because they're now sitting at the top of the stairs, watching the bottom of the stairs, like they think the giant refrigerator is going to break loose from its moorings, and come up the stairs and kill us all. The feng shui of the house has been upset. Large box number 2 in the kitchen has been replaced with a new box. We continue to study the new arrival to determine its meaning and purpose. Day 2. The new box has made no sudden moves yet, but we remain alert. Starting to wonder if they've got enough mechanisms to finish this job, and I'm starting to think maybe they don't. So we're going to go up here and queue a few more of these real quick. I need to get our manager up and running, because normally I don't do this even as long as we have here. We're getting to the end of the first year, and I still don't have a manager. That's a really long time not to have assigned one. And I'd love to assign one, but the only room that's got tables in it right now is the dining room / first guild hall. And I don't want to... Let's say I don't want to interrupt the feng shui, but the reality is I just don't want to double assign my rooms there. I want them to use that as the dining room and not have the value hit that we take for having 2 rooms overlap. So this room down on 12 wasn't in our original diagram, and we're going to set this up as a dormitory, lever complex, and I'll assign like the noble offices for managers and bookkeepers and nobles' quarters. This is marble, so it should be fairly high value all the way around. So this would be a good level to do it in terms of keeping their demands met in terms of their rooms and whatnot. Now I am allowing for 2 tiles of space between the room and the hallway that adjoins it, and that's intentional here. In fact, if I don't do it most places, it's a screw up. I don't mind it so much on rooms like this that aren't going to be proper rooms, but for the manager's office, for example, the only benefit he would get if we engraved this room at some point in future is if the engraver is actually standing in the room. In the case of a shared wall, like say where this lever is in this empty spot, if the engraver is standing on the empty spot when they engrave this tile, any room that was on this side of that door would get no benefit from the engraving because it's considered to be on this side of the wall, where the engraver stood originally when he did it. You don't engrave both sides of a wall, so once the wall is engraved, the value is assigned, and that's the end of it. In order to guarantee that the value is assigned into the offices, we need to make sure that the engraver is standing within the office. That means there can be no shared walls. Now, this actually affects bedrooms more than anything else, because a lot of times you're going to see me, especially if you've looked at earlier streams, and I'm going to be going along doing what I usually did in older versions, and I'm just running along and going da-da-da-da-da, and I'm putting my bedrooms 1 tile apart, see? So that when I join them up, whatever they look like when they're done, there's only 1 tile in here. So if the engraver stands on these tiles when he engraves the bedroom, this bedroom is royal, and this bedroom's a pauper, and this bedroom's royal, and this bedroom's a pauper, depending on where they were when they stood up, when they actually did the engravings. The last bedroom in the row might be absolutely awful because half of its engravings are done in the room before it. Or given the semi-diagonal nature of the way dwarves work, it becomes very difficult to determine which bedrooms would even have the value intentionally to try and use that to your advantage. Better to mitigate by having your double wall so that you can engrave both sides if you want. And a quick office build. And now we really need to get our forge worker working on either sand collection or glass furniture. Let's see. Can't do throne, need sand. Can't collect sand, need bag. Okay. And my wife says, well, I'm a bag. I can collect sand. And I went, no, that's not how we think of our wife. We might tease you that way, but that's not my bag, baby. Did you see that Austin Powers reference? She didn't get that one. She thought that was cute. All right, so we've got about 20 tables and chairs to build there. Another 10 there is 30 tables and chairs total. We haven't built them on that floor yet. So they've got a lot of tables and chairs, and we have like no bags. So we need to look at our stocks here and kind of get an idea in terms of got about 30 boxes and bags. My guess is they're all full of something at the moment. Well, let's cheat. We'll run out a bunch of stone furniture, and then we'll replace it later if we need to. Now, this furniture isn't going to be high quality, so it's not likely to be high value. It's not going to be particularly useful for adding up for guild hall value, but it will fill out the tables and chairs and get them all started on their own separate forts, in a sense. And so the dwarves are going to run around and they'll start slapping it in wherever we need it, and that's fine. For right now, it's better than nothing, which is what we have. And once we've got all those laid in, we can always come back, remove them, and replace them later. No harm, no foul. We can use the cheap furniture for future guild halls while we're waiting on full value. Now, to check the value of your temple or guild hall, you can go to the location details, and it will actually tell you what the value is. Now, we're actually doing pretty well. Having smoothed the room, we're already at about 2/3 of the maximum value we want. We don't have any furniture laid in, and the furniture we are laying in, or we don't have all the furniture laid in, and the furniture we are laying in is very low quality, so it's not going to add much in terms of value. No engravings have yet been done, so there's still plenty of value that can be added here in terms of per tile. We could still go back even after that and do things like add weapon traps or uh, other, let's call them more cheesy ways to add value to the room. But the advantage is we have a large number of masons, and so we'll get a fat load of stone furniture real fast. So since we need to start diversifying these guys, getting something laid in gets us part of the way there. We still don't have all that many dwarves. We're only at about 20. Now, since we don't yet have this room designated, we can cheat and kind of use a couple of these items to make temporary offices for our bookkeeper and our manager, who apparently have the same name because they're the same guy. He's also our broker. This guy's looking like he might want to take over as mayor here before we're done. Alright, so we'll free this one because we don't need both of them. And we'll temporarily use this one for Maffle there. Now, that means we have a manager and we have a bookkeeper. First thing we have to do with the bookkeeper is go in here and change the settings so that he will work at highest precision. That gets him something to do, and so he's not idle all the time. It also means that his stock counts will become much more accurate after he's sat there for a day or two. Bang! There it is. Accuracy. Okay, let's look at the cooking menu here. We do not want to cook anything that we could be replanting. And I'd really like to make sure, it looks like we've already gone through the rope reeds. We're not cooking any seeds other than the seeds we can't plant. Some folks like to turn off the cooking of their drinks. Typically, I just produce more drinks and don't worry about it. If they cook a few into food, great. I normally do not allow the cooking of milk, however, because I want to make it into cheese. All right. Nothing going on justice-wise yet. Did we ever enable Auto Butcher? We did not. Let's do that. There we go. Now, we need to set the race limits for all of these different animal types so that we don't allow any animals we don't want. So, for example, this cabbie that we picked up somewhere, yeah, I don't use cabbies. So that one it won't. That one it won't auto butcher because that one's a pet. That's why it's warning me that it can't get to 0 because this one is too high. Um, but any wild cabbies, done. Uh, we're going to set these differently based on what the animals do. So dogs I want to allow quite a lot, but when they get older, we will trim them back by virtue of not needing quite that many animals wild and active. I want to generate some leather from these guys, and males unfortunately get it real hard because we don't need nearly as many for breeding. As long as a couple are left, we're in good shape. Pigs, same thing. Start out nice and high on population, but when they get older, we butcher back the females and the males because we don't need anywhere near that many males. Meat, leather, and some milk. Sheep, same thing. We start off nice and high population to keep the population turning over, but the females get called back, and the males get called back hard. Turkeys, ditto. And the only reason we're keeping more male dogs is because we will have combat losses, and we need to be able to expect that we will lose some males along the way and need to be able to sustain them. Even this, if we take a bad loss, we could lose all the males in one go and end up needing to buy more, or import more, or find more. Now, that having been done, we need to go to our pastures and make sure that we have a cavy assigned to one of them that has grass on it, which we do. We're in good shape. All our guys are assigned? Yeah, yeah. Okay, so far so good. Now, we need to get some nest boxes up for the birds so we can get them reproducing. That's a stonemason's job down here in the Stoneworkers Guild, so let's go down there and take a look. All right. And the masons will finish up those last table and chair jobs, get those laid in, and then someone will be along momentarily to make us some hives and nest boxes, which we need for the next phase of this little project. Because as I recall, I stuck the pigs in here, and I don't really want them in their own pasture like that. This isn't supposed to be a pasture at all. This is entirely supposed to be an apiary. And we made it into a pasture space because I had let myself get distracted, which was unfortunate. So, let's fix this problem. Yes, I know there's dogs in there. Yes, I know we're putting the dogs and the pigs in together. Nobody cares. If the pigs aren't tough enough to survive the occasional nip from a dog, they weren't long for this world anyhow. And frankly, we're only keeping dogs back here as a reserve in case we lose all the ones up here guarding our gate. If they all go at once, we don't want to run a problem there. So we want to make sure that this zone is marked for animal training. And we want to make sure this zone is marked for animal training so that we can train the dogs. Go back in here and get all those set up for war training. I mean, this guy doesn't need any war training, right? He's already killed himself some goblin. He ought to be doing the war training himself. All right. Still not quite sure why that thief thought the best way to go forward was to charge blindly into our fortress past the dogs. and somehow think that was going to end it all well, I guess. I don't know. Weird. All right. And we'll just let them put in a few cage traps here in a minute. Food. Need to check on the food stockpile. All right, and another donation come in. Thanks, guys. Almost done with the furniture here. And we do need to go down. We should have now. May have miscounted on the number of. I need a couple more tables and chairs to finish it out. Need 2 extras for the manager and the bookkeeper. We only need 1 right now because it's really the same guy, but
all things are made new.
Really need to get.
I am seen. We must go back to the shadows.
Alright. Well, he didn't make it in. At least, not yet. He may make a charge for the door, just like the last one did, I suppose. You know, I mean, there's only half a dozen dogs there. Is he going in? No, he's fleeing. And another one. Is that 2? Two for the price of 1. Still need to get the door up. If they're sending thieves in pairs now, they're serious about getting in, guys. Come on. Let's get the levers done. Why are there no levers? Why are we not doing... Why are you admins goofing off? hopefully with the additional admin candidate, we will get some more work done. Really have to hope. Okay, and so now we've got Maffol assigned to those 2 rooms. He actually has 2 dining rooms to himself because he's filling those 2 jobs out. We'll go back up here to this room, and we will get rid of that because he no longer needs 3 of those, and we don't want to have the overlap. Problem solved. He'll run down to the bookkeeper's office and do some work. Now, let's talk work orders. Probably should hold off on that one yet. Let me think for a second here. Check our stocks. We were looking at the bags, but we didn't have an exact count because no bookkeeper. Yes, I would say there are indeed bags. If there are bags, why can we not collect sand? Need empty bags. Ooh, every one of the bags in the fortress is full of seeds at the moment. I see, said the blind man. Okay. Here we go. So now we've got, let's see, we did get some cloth though, right, from the caravan? We did get a little. Did we get leather? Tanned hides, it calls them, sorry. We have a few left still. Well. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's out there in the caves, which is not what we want. It's at moments like this I kind of wish I'd stolen the first caravans, like I sometimes do. But we'll get through this. And it's probably a good time to start looking at making some prepared meals. That's a lot of plants to have none of them be brewable. Wow. Swamp definitely not helping us out much in the alcohol department. Now, here's what I was warning you folks about. This is the reason we wanted to put down the yard cloth in the first place. Now, they finally cut that tree up here that was above our area, but now there's a damn hole. It leads right at the fortress. So we need to floor that over, and then once it's floored over, we need to put up our yard cloth again. And there's the floor. Okay. Well, let's see what the elves are going to bring us this year. Actually, hold on. With our super awesome diagram here, woodworkers are on floor 5. Need a couple of workshops to start. With this many stone crafters, we will get them done fairly quickly. We've got to start making fuel. Thought I had a stockpile to hold. I'll bet I don't have it holding milk. Should have bronze. Give me some bronze discs if you don't want to do iron. Couple of bronze discs and we can afford a few things off the caravan. No problem. Somebody's hauling it, so we can't actually move it just yet. Gotta give it a second. And if they've done prepared meals, then maybe... Looks like somebody's either eating them or moving them at the moment, so... Can't use that one. Can't sell prepared food in a barrel unless it's a metal barrel. These are elves. Cannot sell to them this way. Alright, so we're at least getting thread produced. Hemp cloth is maybe doable. I think you can actually replant the hemp. Yeah. So that'll, if we can't do rope reeds, we can always do hemp. That works for me. And so these 4 plots become nothing but cloth production. Hemp or rope reeds, don't care. As long as we're getting something produced. Whichever one we have the most of, plant all the seeds and let them go. As soon as that lot comes off, they'll immediately process it back down to thread. We'll get a whole pack more seeds, and we'll just immediately start planting more. This will involve every dwarf in the fortress because they're all farmers this time out.
Another baby? Well, at least it's not an explosion of cats.
But it won't take as long to plant because there's 50 dwarves planting. Every dwarf will come in, they'll plant 1 seed. That'll be the end of it. Oh, I don't know that we set these. I thought we had, but perhaps we have not. Shame on us. Okay, we need to fix that. That's why they're not planting these. So, first off, quarry bushes. 3 seasons. Shift enter gets you all but the winter season. Then we'll do sweet pods for as many seasons as it can get, which leaves 1 season open in the fall for pigtails, and a season open in the winter, which we'll cover in a moment. We can do plump helmets year-round, except we'll not do them in the winter because we'll come back to that in a minute, and we won't do them in the autumn because now we are up to 3 plots of pigtails. Actually, take it back. Let's go over here and do pigtails on summer too. So we've got 2 plots of 1 sweet pods, 2 pigtails, 1 plum helmet, 2 pigtails, 3 quarry bushes. And then we're going to do sweet pods in the spring, and then in the summer we're going to do cave wheat. And then in the fall we're going to do cave wheat, and in the winter we're going to do plum helmets on this one and dimple cups on the others. We will produce more than sufficient dye to... I did that all wrong. All wrong. Wait. This is spring, so we want sweet or quarry bushes on this one. Started to set them for this current season. That's not what we want at all. Current season here is sweet pods. In the winter, though, we want dimple cups. There we go. Now, there's nothing special about these ratios. It just kind of gives me an equal balance of most things. It gives me a little more of the quarry bushes, but we'll burn through those making meals because quarry bush meals are hugely valuable. So being able to immediately turn them over for trade goods will be useful to us long term. The others are primarily useful to us as booze, although you can grind the wheat down for flour and the sweet pods down for sugar. And you can make syrup out of the sweet pods, but in the current version I do not recommend it. There's a problem with using liquid ingredients in meals. Dwarves prefer solid ingredients, and therefore dwarven syrup will not get considered until fairly far down the list. Meaning that they will tend to eat up all the solid components and leave nothing solid for it to actually be combined with, and you'll end up with hundreds of barrels of dwarven syrup laying around. Now, if it's possible that if you do something like, I don't know, switch off cooking on most other things, you can get them to use more of the syrup. But I remember seeing a post years back where even posting them closer to the kitchen didn't make them preferential. Dwarves really do prefer the solid stuff for some reason. So, no syrup glazed quarry bush leaves, unfortunately, for the most part. And we're going to get some sand collection going on here. They're dropping off the empty bags. And there's a bit of travel involved in that. It's unfortunate, but there's no good way to do that. The sand is just that far from our fortress. Long term, the plan is just have lots and lots of bags so that when somebody does the collect sand job, we can do a bunch of them at once, and then have everybody do it maybe, or I'm not sure. Since we're going to have a glassmakers guild, instead of having everybody do glass making, it's harder to parallelize the collect sand job. Alright, dwarven planting season is on. Everybody's doing their part. Get those subsurface crops, boys. Looks like we have a fair number of seeds for both the hemp and the rope reed, so we're going to get off to a bang start with our clothing industry in short order, it looks like. Now, we won't have quite the overproduction that we normally do. You'll notice that none of our guys are actually farmers except this guy, and he's only a little bit. We didn't actually bring a farmer with us this time. Everybody's skilling up from go. The reality is that, for us, splitting these guys into castes, if you will, means that long term they're going to have to handle their own farming, their own brewing, their own cooking, because the food might get cooked by somebody else, or they could go take it from somebody else's thing, but if we want them to be using their own stuff on their own floor, we need to have it as close to them as possible. So ideally, everyone will plant, everyone will cook, everyone will brew. There's a few off-kitchen tasks, milking, cheese making, that I'm throwing off to the admins because they're not going to be they're not going to be doing these tasks very often. We should make a bunch of paper at one go, and then once we've got the books made up, there's not a huge demand for paper or beekeeping or architecture. And as we get more scribes, we can start assigning them to the positions in the library and so forth. But initially, we are far more concerned with being able to actually produce the solid goods that keep the fortress running. So, for example, we need to get the carpenter's workshops up and running so we can get our bowyer making bows for our clothiers so that they can do hunting, so that they can go get us some leather and meat and bone for the carpenters to then work on when they're not processing wood crafting. They'll grind up our bones for bolts. So our carpenters double as our bolt makers, basically. Now, having removed all this stuff, it's time to go up here, and we have to temporarily take this out. And I shudder because the moment I do this, of course, that's when the trees will strike. But we can come down here and look at this a little carefully so we don't fuck it up. Make sure this is all going to be connected if we do something crazy here, and we can go all but that last. There's no point in trenching the one here. Okay, so that one. And, oh. Double check the right spot again. And we're going to trench out some ground here. And this is going to temporarily open our fortress up to a certain level of exposure. There's no two ways about it. But the goal is that when we are done, we will have a... Yeah, that's not all the way through. Perfect. We will have a floor that will allow us to do an apiary, a beekeeping area, indoors, safely, without exposing our dwarves to the outside too much. There's an element of risk in the sense that our... Ooh, you know what? We don't have to do that in this fortress. Hell, no, we don't. Whoa, that's right. I forgot. On this fortress, we did actually do a two-level tower up there at the beginning, didn't we? Yes, we did. And you know what's funny about a two-level tower? If we don't floor over those last fortification tiles, that is to say, if we do something hinky over most of them, they count as exterior, meaning that we can have a ceiling over most of this from above and put hives all around this and have them work for beekeeping just fine. If I put hives in all of the tiles that are only directionally adjacent, that is to say northeast, west, south, to a fortification, then this floor will have exactly 40 hives. And that's relevant and important to you Dwarf Fortress players because 40 is the limit before you hit the full cutoff. Or before you start to hit the reduction in products, I should say. At 40, you hit the soft cap for hives. And anything above that causes you to produce at a slower rate. Sometimes your bees will just not be ready like they usually would. Above 60, your hives just all shut down. Now this is hilarious because if you've ever seen the beekeeping industry in America move thousands of beehives out to California each year for a mass pollination event, they're moving literal semi-trailer loads of beehives out there to pollinate almond crops, for example. Beekeepers make a good chunk of money each year if they have a substantial number of hives to provide at a commercial scale for that purpose. It's rough on the bees. There's a whole bunch of other stuff that goes into it. Not the point. But what I'm getting at, though, is these thousands of bees have more than enough material there to work with. Bees will move 2 miles in search of food. Realistically, there's no way that our site here maps to a 2-mile square. Our bees would be exploring areas far, far, far beyond the reach of the map for produce. Come on, guys. Give me the bin. Give me the bin. Give me the bin. There it is. Yeah! Oh! Just as he goes the other way to take a drink. Can you believe it? He was just trade at depot. Oh. Well, somebody else is getting the job. Why do I want a capybara? I don't. I want capybara meat. One does idly wonder what the taste of capybara must be like. Wow, guys, not really bringing us the supplies here, are ya? Ginkgo seeds? Really? Okay, pecans and acorns, I guess. We can make food out of them, I suppose. Just not a lot here. I mean, if you're going to bring seeds, how about some sunberries or something, would you? Yikes. This just... I feel bad. Like, I feel I should buy extra things that we don't necessarily even need just to give them something to go home with. Don't get me wrong, that apparently is just fantastic. So we're going to pick their instruments up because, you know, we don't have any in our tavern yet. And we'll send them away with 1 bronze disc for free. First hit is always free. And they'll come back. And they'll hopefully come back with a larger, better supply next time. But if not, I'm willing to give up 1 bronze disc for the try. In the meantime, let's change the goods that are on sale here to nothing, so that they'll haul this stuff back downstairs where it belongs. Wrong thing, not a farmer's workshop. My bad. Now, a bowyer's workshop is not super important, but it can be useful to produce early weapons at good quality from materials that are usually fairly available, bone and wood. While bone crossbows and wood crossbows are hardly the best weapons you can get, when it comes to crossbows, material only matters if you're actually beating them with the blunt end. That is to say, if you're shooting bolts at them from a distance, the only thing that matters is the bolt. There's a slight advantage if you have a really high quality weapon in terms of manufacturing quality, but beyond that, the quality of the crossbow is irrelevant. That is to say, if you have a masterwork bone crossbow and you're not beating someone with it, you're probably going to shoot better than the guy with a normal, unadorned quality metal crossbow. His may actually be better in melee combat because, you know, metal. But the bolt is what's going to actually do the hitting. And all the crossbows have the same projectile force, I guess you'd say, right? Initial thrust vector. So we have a really skilled bowyer in our group who joined us here in this 22 dwarves we have. And it seems a real shame not to give him the capacity to crank out a bunch of, say, wood crossbows for all of our dwarves. And then we can just give everybody a wooden crossbow and let them defend themselves with firearms whenever they feel the need. We can give them a firing range, let them exercise whatever right to bear crossbows they feel they have.
I can't do that there.
But make no mistake, these guys have no qualms with tyranny. They are down with it. No, I don't really need wooden blocks, but I need blocks, and I'm not going to bother building them in the mason shop right now. Let the carpenters get a little skill on them. We can eat up some of our excess, and it wouldn't hurt to make a few extra shields. Before we really get underway, because I'm sure we've got 20 dwarves in the militia, for example. And they've cleared out the milk item into cheese jobs, cleared out the limonite smelting job, cleared our... Oop, I'll bet we have a standing order we screwed up and didn't do. Yep, we did. Auto loom only the dyed thread. Please do not auto collect webs. Let's talk other orders, because we probably got some of those screwed up too. Gather refuse, collect refuse from outside, save corpses, dump other. I'd like to have them dump the hair wool, but the problem is that if they kill a sheep in the wild, I want them to keep the wool. Zones, that's zone only fishing. I don't want them going fishing anywhere except where I make a spot for them. And zone only drinking, I would love to do, but initially, if I run out of drinks, I want them not to dehydrate while I'm trying to figure out how to put a zone over the river for them. Not that we have a problem with that right now, I'm just saying. Let's see here, gather minerals, all the gathers are good. Forbid items, yes. So, forbid all of it. Forbid all of it, all of it, all of it. If I want to claim something after it's forbidden, I will do so manually. If I don't do so, then there is a penalty to me for not doing so, but what this prevents is that dwarves will never, ever, ever go running off after socks and corpses sitting in the middle of a battlefield, no matter what, whether you've got them in a burrow or not. They will never, ever do it, because anything that dies out there in the middle of the battlefield is automatically forbidden, and everything it was wearing is forbidden, and everything it was carrying is forbidden. And your dwarves pretend it doesn't exist, until you tell them otherwise, and then you can go clean it up. But initially, we don't have to go anywhere near that stuff. And we can wait until the corpses rot away and the items are left behind. We can have a giant plain scattered around our fortress of nothing but the items of people we ignored. Here are the possessions of the last 3 invaders. It will be straight up that scene from Magrathea. Here are your nuclear missiles. In the form of weapon traps, of course.
Another baby? Well, at least it's not an explosion of cats.
And we're going to make a little ash to start, because we will need it for a few other jobs. But long term, we'll use the manager for setting that up, and I'm going to put charcoal on repeat. So add charcoal, repeat, and I don't care how long it takes because we can have 2 guys doing this job forever. And they will slowly but steadily work out ahead of the forges whenever the forges are idle, slowly producing a small stockpile of charcoal for use. Now, it'll take a while, and we need to get them a few more guys before we can get full value out of this. There's not enough carpenters at the moment to do all the jobs. Looks like. So we need some migrants to fix that problem, and I may not be able to do charcoal and repeat just yet. I need a few more woodworkers. But as you can see, we've finished out whatever lignite we had on hand. We've put that into coke. Probably worth a look here. Looks like we've got 100 units of coke and 2 units of ash, so we're starting to work through the wood here. Now that ash is going to be useful to us for fertilizing crops or other purposes like making lye, potash, pearl ash. I do forget all the things it goes into, but it helps to have a little stockpile of it on hand and to maintain a small stockpile of it available. Not a huge one. You don't need an abundance. 10 or so is plenty. And they've canceled out the lignite jobs. And they're socketing that stuff away. Where do they put it? What are they doing? Where is it going? Didn't think I put in furniture anywhere else. Maybe that's mugs. Was that the Crafts Dwarfs? Oh, that's Crafts Dwarfs. That's mugs, not furniture. Never mind. They're taking mugs to the tavern to drink with them. Or they're taking hives upstairs to lock them in, which is also good. So we are going to save many of our colonies for splits. This is the other reason why the hive cap is a little low, is that in order to make sure you have access to bees to repopulate when you gather the products, gathering the products here works like an old skep. It actually crushes the colony in the process. So basically you're taking the old, stacked up, woven beehive, tossing it all in a big netted bag, and then just squeezing it until there's no more honey inside through a filter. Yeah? And that's not how bees are kept or harvested anymore, which is weird because these are permanent hives. They're not skeps. We don't destroy them and rebuild them like you would with a skep. But we're still using the destroy method for product gathering, which is not how modern beekeepers work at all. In fact, you could go back to, I don't know how far back. You'd have to go back to at least maybe Renaissance period, I think, before you'd start to see skeps everywhere. I'll have to go back and look at that one. It feels like the implementation here is we're using modernized sort of hives. And when I say modernized here, the modern sort of hives that modern beekeepers use are, I don't know, a couple hundred years old now, the design in general. I mean, there's been some small modifications, but everybody uses the same, well, not everybody. The standard Langstroth hive, if you will, is used fairly widely, has been for a couple hundred years. All right. Let's see. Let's get some cages. We'll need the lye for soap as well, but if I can make the potash directly from the ash, then I don't want to make lye out of ash at that, I note. Out of ash. Only then turn around and use the lye for something else. I'm just creating an extra job for no good purpose. So yeah, we're going to do that out of potash. Okay. And then there's also pearl ash. Which is made from potash and coal. Charcoal. Now you don't need pearl ash in abundance. That's used primarily for glass making, clear glass. But you do need to make some lye, and you might want some potash. Potash is used for making, or for fertilizer, and pearl ash is used for glass making, and lye is used for making potash, which is used for making pearl ash, but also for making soap. Gotta have lye to make soap. So, let's see, what other wood things do we need? Crossbows. Plant crossbows, because the material is a plant material. I know that sounds a little weird, but if I do it by wood, I have to specify which type of wood. You can't just say wood as a general material. So, wood crossbows. Plant bolts and bone bolts for general ammunition purposes. Quivers, so we have something to stick all those beautiful bolts into. Now, top here is useful because I want to make sure the bins get started and running first. I want that first bin job rolling before anything else gets done. So process plant to bag like this will slowly and steadily grind every bag in the fortress into a quarry bush leaf storing machine. Meaning that if we end up with empty bags that are sitting around idle and we have quarry bushes, someone's going to be putting them into the bags, and we're not going to have any empty bags left. That's okay. Once the leaves are cooked, which means if we're falling behind, we need to cook more leaves, then the bags will be freed back up. Now, long term, what this means is we're going to generate an enormous quantity of quarry bush leaf meals that we're going to have to get rid of, whether that's dumping them into magma, selling them to the caravan, giving them away, eating them. We can probably, if we really wanted to, we could probably go all in on quarry bushes and just drown ourselves in quarry bush leaf roasts. Please, Tarn, please, fix the syrup thing. I want syrup glazed quarry bush roasts, please. it'd be nice to be able to... well, I say it'd be nice, but I'm horrified to think of what the interface would look like. It would be nice to be able to sit down and go, I want to have a meal composed of these ingredients, make it until you run out of these things, then ask me what I want to use next. And basically, you could have it come back to the player every time it ran out of the ingredient that they'd specified to be used for the meals currently. You could switch, or you could have the player switch on demand, through some interface, right? The problem is, of course, it would immediately be an incredibly fiddly thing to mess with, and so it would be horrifying long term, I'm sure. But there's that. I'm trying to think of the best way to do this. When we butcher, we'll just have to keep an eye on it. I can do a supplemental with the manager here to tell it, hey, try to tan hides whenever there's hides. But if we only butcher like one animal, it won't trip the condition. And if I tell it to try and do 10 tan hide jobs every time there's one available, it will sit there and queue them up over and over again, only to fail when there's no raw hides to tan over and over again, and we'll basically be creating a problem we're trying to avoid by using the manager. If I set up 6 separate one-item tanning jobs, then we can overflow the system if we do too many. Because, say, we butcher 30 animals in a day, 6 of them get tanned hides, and the other 24 rot before the next day is up, or whatever. If I do lots of small tan hide jobs, we run into the problems of both ends. If it's too few, we don't trigger. If it's too many, we overload it. Is there an auto tan? I hadn't looked. Is there? The problem is, I think auto tan, let me look at this. If I remember correctly, there is an auto tan and it's always on, but the catch is that it will only assign, I think, one workshop at a time. It felt like. It wasn't doing... I had multiple tanneries, and we butcher like a bunch of animals at once, but it felt like it wasn't getting them spread out initially. Now, we'll have to keep an eye on it. I'll leave it alone for now. We'll check it out. When I just butcher, say, the one capybara, it's not going to matter. But when I start butchering a dozen animals, if it's only doing them one at a time, we'll backlog it in a hurry, and it will drown us in rotting hides very quickly if it doesn't work. Auto tan is great. Make no mistake, it's going to handle this capybara for us. I'm not going to have to mess with it. That's fantastic. Butcher kills the guy, takes one step, falls asleep. Nice. Nice. But it's possible that was fixed. Auto tan is... It's been around a while.
Oh, that didn't sound lecherous, did it?
That kind of goes back to the old touchy subject of us Dwarf Fortress players having played long enough that if the bug's not old enough to vote, we don't consider it a bug yet. You know? The workarounds have become muscle memory, and we no longer think about things as, that's a bug. It's just something you don't do, you know? You don't do that because that's a bug. You have to watch out for, as you're watching me, you'll have to watch out for those sorts of maladaptations. The reality is, we don't want the situation where I'm teaching you a bad habit because something has changed and I missed it, and the good habit is not the way I play. So if you do catch something, Like I said, I seem to remember Auto Tan just getting like one workshop going. And don't get me wrong, it'll work through the hides one at a time, as long as there's hides. But if I've got 2 workshops, I want 2 guys doing that job so that they're keeping up with my 2 butchers, hopefully. They won't be because tanning is slower. But normally we're not butchering that many. And if we start to, we can always add more tanneries down on the clothing floor. See, I don't normally equip dwarves with leather armor. I don't. The reality is let's say you've got an archer, okay, and he's up here on the surface behind the fortifications firing at goblins, just like he's supposed to be, right? He doesn't climb out the wall, he doesn't go and try and bludgeon somebody in melee combat, and I've got him equipped in armor. Now, let's say on the other side there's a goblin marksman. While it is not common, there are goblins out there who have enough skill to hit the arrow slits on your fortifications and actually take shots at your archers on the other side, like the fortifications aren't there. When that happens, the equipment your archer is wearing suddenly matters. If your archer is in leather armor and he's taking an iron bolt, he's going to have a bad day. Leather armor just isn't going to cut it. Copper armor is better, but again, at least I try to get them into iron armor just as a general thing. My entire workforce, if I can do it. Which is another reason why I seek to cut down travel time whenever I can, because obviously until they get their skills up in terms of armor user, having that kind of armor on them makes them slower. My wife's showing me her wristwatch. Most of your artists have low strength. They probably will. But do you do any melee training of your archers? When they use their crossbows as melee weapons, they are using the hammer skill, like they are hammer dwarves. See, there's nothing wrong with that. A little bit is fine. Your archers really aren't intended to be full-time melee experts or anything, right? Give them a copper or iron crossbow for the density, the weight, right? Well, to be honest, most of the materials are good for crossbows. Copper's fairly dense and heavy. Bronze is fairly dense and heavy. Iron is fairly dense and heavy. If you've modded, then maybe you want to look at something like steel. Yeah, they want. The reality is that if your archers are what's saving you in melee, you've done something horrifyingly wrong at that point. Usually, your better melee troops are all dead for some reason, or couldn't get there in time. This is by no means some sort of real-time tactical game in that sense. But if your crossbowmen are constantly being rushed by the enemy cavalry, you're doing it wrong. We will actually build this in such a way. What we'll do is we will floor over the upper floor here. So we've got this ramp which will get us up on top, and we'll extend out from here the entire floor except over the top of the fortifications. We'll leave that dry. So the roof will come right out to here, right out to the edge. And that will keep anything from getting in. It will keep our archers from trying to get out. And if necessary, we can build in some additional walls to kind of keep them close to the fortifications for firing purposes. But to be honest, the reality is that I did this for the bees, not for the archery. Being a level up like this actually shortens the range your archers can reach. It does not give them additional range, it actually shortens it. Crossbows go 20 tiles. That includes vertical distance. If you are 19 tiles up, you can't hit anything if it's more than a couple tiles away, right? If you are at Z level +1 like that, we're at Z here 0. If we're at +1 like this, I can only shoot 19 tiles away. Now, that applies in reverse. The guy out here at 20 tiles can't actually get us through the fortifications. He's got to come in closer too, right? But it's worth noting. If you're actually planning on, engaging somebody at maximum range from a tower, your range is actually shortened in Dwarf Fortress. And the reality is that's not going to impact most things unless you're talking about 6 or 7 levels. You know. And if your archers are firing from the top of a 6 or 7 level tower, why? Cut some fortifications in the 2nd level and put them down there. Seriously. You got to engage the target where they're at. But if you want to have 200 dwarves in a giant vertical tower and look like one of the Omen devices from Deep Rock Galactic with giant spinning crossbow wheels of death firing everywhere, I mean, you know, more power to you, boss. Go for it. But long term, no. You just want to be as close to the targets as you can get without actually being in melee. The ideal position for a crossbowman is literally their target is on the other side of the fortification on the same floor, because they can't be reached and they're as close as they can for a good they're as close as they can be for a good shot. Something like 1 tile, 2 tiles. I don't know if there's a minimum range, so maybe it's a little further than that, but still. Ideally, your low-skilled dwarves want them as close as possible. They want to be just shy of charging in with crossbows drawn for melee. Let's see here. Did we get the levers done? Did our mechanics actually get some work done? You freaking lazy admins, what are you doing? Are those actually constructed levers and I'm just... No, we just need somebody to actually come along and do it. So, what are they actually doing, those admins? Let's see. Admin. Sleep. Meditate. Trader. Did we actually have... Oh, we have people we haven't sorted. We need to sort some folks. Okay, we can do that in a minute. Looks like the scribes are getting onto their beekeeping. Bang. The reality is, if the enemies are getting that close, so are your dwarves. It works both ways. If you're worried about your guys being pincushions when they get close, yeah, you can trench back. We can't hear, really, because we built this clover leaf underneath us, right? So I can't really dig trenches here. Closest I can get to keeping it from point blank is to put them up a floor, which we can do. But if you really wanted to do it right, you seal up this drawbridge when trouble comes, and you station your guys here, and this is all fortifications, and they fire out. It is kinda. I don't have to trench, which is important, because, like I said, it would cut into the clover leaf down here. We have to do it this way in this case. But you're actually better off to do it down here. If targets are stupid enough to climb down into the moat, then the case becomes identical to what I have. If they climb along the edge of the moat, it becomes identical to what I have. But in order to get up your walls, they would have to climb up from the bottom, up an additional floor to here, up an additional floor to here, and then get over the top, potentially. So the trench actually gives you some additional defense. It's not quite the same thing. Falling damage is fantastic. Yes, that's right. If they actually take an arrow while they're climbing, that's bonus from my standpoint. These are log walls. I encourage them to climb. We're going to wall it over, and there's not going to be a way in from the top. So climbing is going to benefit them not at all. If they manage to get up top and get cover, all that does is mean they've got a spot up there to die in the sun before where we can't loot their corpse easily. In which case, I'll pull down one of these walls and replace it with a ramp, and we'll go up and loot shit out, you know. I don't want to leave a hatch on top, though, because building destroyers can get in, can fly up, land on the roof, smash the hatch, and come on in. So we have to seal it. Now, that means you can do it in a couple ways. We can go up to this floor above here and floor everything over except this last tile and build a bridge, and then link it to a lever to open it. We have to get kind of hinky with how we build it, the way it works, because we have to build the ramp, and then we have to disassemble this one and make another ramp, and then we have to build a wall underneath this floor so that they can climb up that ramp to get on top. It's a whole thing. But the bridge would give us access over and over again without being vulnerable to building destroyers directly. As long as we don't open it when they're not there, problem solved. This, however, I'm not normally going to need to access the roof in any way. There's no reason why my dwarves should ever have to get up there for anything. And if the goblins are some flying thing... That's right. Artifact hatch. You're right. I should mention the exception. Artifact hatches can't be destroyed by building destroyers. Now, the catch to that, Darren, is if I've got an artifact just up on my roof and the building destroyer lands on the roof to destroy it and sits there forever trying to destroy it, my dwarves will have to actually muster out with their crossbows, come outside, move far enough away that they get a line of sight on it, and then shoot it with crossbows. And if you don't catch them fast enough, what ends up happening, though, is they run out, get spooked by the thing, and then immediately sit out here getting spooked over and over again with no way to get to their equipment and no way to get them back indoors, and your whole fortress gets jammed outside. At which point I highly recommend using DF Hack to torch the bad boy and set him on fire or something, because it's ridiculous. They'll sit on that hatch forever once they decide to destroy it. It's fantastic if your hatch happens to be on fire, for the record. A flaming hatch is bonus, because they will sit there and try to destroy the flaming hatch. And if they're not fire immune, you can imagine how well that goes. Alright, and then one more section. No, I can't do that section because it's over the ramp. I have to wait for them to finish around here before I can start behind them, because they can't... I don't want them to try and floor over the ramp. Alright, let's give them a second to get some more flooring up here for us. It's a long distance to go for apple now, but we're really keeping in theme now. We're keeping in theme. This whole floor is going to be apple wood. If it's apple wood or bust. Oh, God, another tree above... right above the... And I need to put that cloth back because we didn't actually need to remove it anyway, remember? That we were going to put it in an underground apiary, and we don't need to because we built this in the first place. You mean like if you want to know what something requires? You can kind of use the manager for that, actually. Okay, so as an example, let's look at making steel bars. I don't have to put in a count, but you can put in whatever you like. You can remove the order once you're done. But let's say I want to make 10 steel bars. I'm going to want that order later anyway. Put it on conditions, and then put in reagents and products, okay? So the products are down here at the bottom. That's the steel bars, okay? Then the reagents is everything above that. That's the stuff that goes into it. Iron bars, pig iron bars, flux stone, and coal. And in this case, it's actually a special one you need to be aware of. The coal isn't actually doubled here. This is 1 unit of fuel to power the reaction. If you're using a magma smelter, you don't actually need that second bar because you only need the one. You need carbon and the pig iron and the iron and the flux to make the steel with the coal. Carbon, flux, 2 types of the iron that you're merging. This other one is fuel. You can strike it and be okay. Is it actually defining a slot, or can I delete either? It's not. Neither one. It doesn't matter. It just checks them as conditions. When you put them up there, though, the reason I called attention to it is that it's the reagents. There's no difference between them. It's just, if you have it in here twice, it's just checking it twice. It's just useless. And in the case of magma forges, the reality is it's technically useless in the case of... you'd have to double it if you deleted it in the case of normal forges, because you have to make sure you have not only the unit for the reaction, but also the unit for the fuel. You follow me? You wouldn't have to do 2 checks. You just have to double the numbers so that you have at least 20 of those, because you're going to use 2 of them for each reaction. But that would tell you what you needed. There may be another way to do it. If there is, I don't know it, but that's the way I would do it. Now, there's most of these I either know or I have a real good idea. There's a few that get kind of esoteric, like paper. Usually I don't make a whole lot of paper. I just let the manager handle it for the most part. I remember it needs, quick lime, which is made from lye, and there's a whole bit to it. But the gist is that you'll need hides for one way, and you'll need plant cloth for a different way, certain types of plant cloth. I don't think there's another way to do it. I don't think there is. If I recall correctly, I don't know if that's vanilla or not. I'm not sure. You can, of course, crack open the raw files and view the reactions that way, if you can read them, right? I don't promise that will be easier by any means. It's probably not. But technically, if you want to know, you're going to the horse's mouth at that point, right? Because the raw files govern everything. So if it's in the raws, for your world, that's gospel. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter what the wiki says. If you've changed your world... Yeah, and then we can do 1 cage in the middle. And I'll let them get their nest boxes. Now we'll miss out probably... Let's see if I can catch one. Fertilized and forbidden. So until we get a door open, they are really just text files. Are you familiar with HTML? I ask because the raw files are organized into tags. An opening bracket, a closing bracket, and some data in the middle. So when you crack open one, like say, if you wanted a reaction, let's look at reaction smelter, for example. Give me a sec. Reaction smelter. Here's the reaction for... Yeah, this is just a tag thing. So it's letting you know certain things that Dwarf Fortress needs to know about how the thing is integrated. You get the whole idea here, okay? But the gist is that if you want to know what's in a reaction, it tells you. Reagent A, reagent B. Reagent A, reagent B. Anything you put in. You see what I'm saying? And it tells you the ratios they've got to be as well. It's all here. You could change it if you wanted to. You could, force iron to be used to make pewter. Whatever made your your day, you know. But this is just the smelter reactions, so you'd have to look around. I mean, there's the other reactions are out there in other files in the raw list, yeah. Probably in reaction other for the most part. There may be a few others that are hard-coded. I can't promise everything's out here. You know, Dwarf Fortress, remember? Alpha. Alpha, alpha. But I mean, making mead and processing plants and making quicklime. So we were curious about what quicklime is. You got to have a kiln to make quicklime. And then you got to have a boulder, and it's got to be a calcium carbonate, i.e. flux. And then you got to have a box or bag to put it in. A bag, specifically, because it has the bag token. And you keep the bag. It doesn't get used. That is to say, it produces a bag product to container. All this stuff is go nuts, man. Go nuts. If you're a modder and you're one of those folks who loves to change your games up, Dwarf Fortress is going to be pleasing you for years and years and years to come. Now, for those of you who are following along with the tutorial sort of thing here, as the birds lay their eggs, we need to make sure that if they're fertilized, we forbid them. Oops, not the nest box, the eggs, because. And did I do the nest box here too? No, I did the eggs here. I was smarter that time. Because what will happen is if you don't, a dwarf will come along, pick them up, and they'll get used as food. And that process happens the moment a dwarf steps on them, basically. If they are forbidden like that, the dwarf will not touch them. They do not exist. Those fertilized eggs will grow up to hatch. That turkey hen will sit on them until that happens. Now, there is a script where you can create a 1x1 pasture over all of your nest boxes and use auto nest box to assign birds to pastures. So that even when they're off duty and not laying, the eggs or the birds don't actually move anywhere. You'll still have to let the males roam free, as it were, but the females don't have to have any freedom. Keep them busy laying eggs. Keep them locked down in their pastures, and when they're not. Industrial factory farming at its best. Dwarf Fortress did it first. Oh, I'm sorry, maybe not. But you get the idea. More fertilized eggs. Those are good to nice and for bids that we can get our... Oh, we are really going bang up here. Check it out. The turkeys got busy. All 5. Did not need 2 males for this lot. Okay. Wowza. Now we are going to want to put a door on both those at some point, and what will happen long run, typically what I would do is just let them free range inside this pen. We're going to be butchering them fairly heavily, and we'll cage the youngsters. Since birds don't need to graze, we don't have to worry about the young birds being out. We can simply lock them all into the cage in the middle. And then when they grow up, we can release them. Or we don't have to do anything because they'll simply be butchered off as their excess. So we can release a few females from the cage, release a couple of males, and then just wait for the population to die back as the adults outside the cage get butchered down, then just pull a few more out of the cage. The rotating supply can be kept inside the cage. They never need to pathfind. So we'll have a few 30 or 40 animals. It's can be kind of an issue. Auto nest box will work there. Typically, though, I'll end up importing cloth, and we'll just keep the pigs and the sheep down to a minimum. The dogs, unfortunately, have to be kind of allowed to do their thing unless we're going to seal up, because we're going to have combat losses long term. So we've got an extra pasture space down here we can do something with down the road. That's good. They got our new tree friend, but they, of course, once that's gone, it left a nice hole here that we now have to fill. make sure there were no logs that got through. And bam, there's a floor. Okay. Now go up here and take a look, see how they're progressing. Slowly but surely, the wood is coming in. Now, every place we get this out to the fortifications is effectively sealed off. There's no way to climb over. But since we now have 46 dwarves and we've doubled our population, now's a real good time to start sorting some folks out. So we are getting socialization amongst our dwarves. That's good.
Sorry, sir, I can't do it.
They have nearly filled 2 plots. They've got 2 plots of hemp here that's going to be filled up, and then they are starting on the rope reed, which means that we are going to just absolutely have huge amounts of those, don't we? But the hemp doesn't even show up here, does it? Nope. Is this in the other, maybe? Nope. It's not a food item. Okay. Interesting. Now, in the event that they do actually bring us sunberries, or we find whip vines, we'll replace the rope reeds with Maybe one of
There's
those.
a new baby. Quick, get him a bottle of ale.
And the hunt begins. Give me 1 second here, guys. Probably also a good time to get myself a little bit of pizza. And they're working on that moose. Will they get him down? Probably not, but they'll try. They are teaming up on him now. Poor moose is passed out, but they're so terrible shots they can't finish him off. Moose is a lot of meat. Of all the things in the world that they could bring me, giant moose would probably not work out. I'd love to have them, make no mistake. I'd try to keep them. But I suspect that their grazing requirements are giant as well. And that means keeping them outside. Which means that the first siege that comes along will eat them. I'd have to look. If their grazing requirements don't increase, then it's not a problem. Moose, you wouldn't have a large number of them, but giant moose would make it all worthwhile. But how many did you keep, Chime, is the real question. See, the problem is if I've got 2 moose, that's a fair amount of grazing space, but yeah, but you probably had to ruthlessly control them at that point for pasture space, didn't you? How big did you make it? Just curious. It's been a while since I've tried to keep anything beyond the basic domestics, really. I mean, I tried for things like war bears and so on, but it's going to take a lot longer running a fort than I'm usually going to do. So, 100 tiles, 10 by 10. Fits neatly inside this footprint. This is an 11 by 11 on the inside right here. So you would have had your 6 in a smaller pasture than this. Just a little smaller. But the catch is that I'm guessing add 2 more animals, maybe 3, and you probably eat this place dry and it never recovers. We'll still have to watch it because once the sheep population starts to get a little larger, we may have to cull it back. It's been a while since I checked on grazing. Oh, make no mistake, not only is it a lot of meat, but I believe the giant animals are worth more in terms of like the leather being more valuable and the bone being more valuable. I'm not sure about the bone. Bone may always be 1, but I thought bones were more valuable for certain creatures. Seem to recall merman bone being worth 5 before Toady made it impossible to do anything with them. Once we get up and running, we could probably do that with our fort just on our farming, because the reality is you don't need anywhere near 4 5 by 5 plots to feed 200 dwarves. As these guys get better at farming, they will produce more plants per tile, per season, per crop. And it only gets better from the start. And then if we add things like fertilizer on top of it, or it can get rather extensive. The catch, though, at that point is that our dwarves aren't farmers. None of them, really. They're all dabbling. They're all just kind of working it up. As they get better, it'll become easier and easier to meet the food needs of each sub-guild. Which reminds me, I need to turn farming on for everybody. And let's put in a couple of weapon traps while we're at it. Yeah? Okay, we still need to get that lever done, don't we? Did we ever get the lever done? Guys, yes we did. But not enough mechanisms left over to actually do anything with. Okay, good job, guys. Good job. A+. Ranger Guild.
Oh, I can't figure it out. It was almost there and...
Dwarf, I will do it myself. You shall be my hands.
Yes, I shall be your hands.
Well, the Ranger Guild is right here. So let's see if we can get this done with just this first. Probably can get us up to close to... Guild Hall. Bam! Done. Now, it won't please them long term. We'll need to improve it. But that means out of the gate, no furniture, just some workshops and enough space. And their petition will be satisfied.
I claim this workshop in the name of invention.
Bam. Workshop from a metalsmith's forge. Nice. But it's a possession. Bummer. If it wasn't a possession, that would have been fantastic. I mean, I'll take the artifact. That's always good. But, you know, if it had been a Fey mood, we'd now have a legendary smith of some sort.
Summertime has come.
Huh. Huh. Well, guess we'll find out. Because we don't have anywhere near enough guys to repel a siege. We don't have a lever on the door yet. Good job, guys. Good job. Well, while we're at it, let's see if you actually built the mechanisms. Do we have enough to do the bridge? Yes, we actually do. It won't matter because I don't think we'll actually get enough done by then to actually close the thing, but you know, there's that. Well, either their siege is really stealthy or they really left. You saw it here first, kids. There's no siege indicator. They have gone. Apparently, they were just passing through. Or somebody screwed up and pushed west when they meant east, and they stepped off the map by accident. Whichever. Who knows?
Gosh, foiled.
So, yeah, those goblin thieves were discovered, all right, by our weapon traps. Hoping someone will come along and do that really quick and we can get our garbage dump set up properly. An iron short sword artifact. Wow. Smith pulling out all the punches. Pity. Excuse me. Pity they didn't go for a Fey mood. But if we found limonite, I'm guessing this is it, which makes it on floor 3. Is that it? And it's probably same stone type, so floor 4 and floor 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe? Okay. Let me look. I believe a couple of these were... Four was an allowance floor. Okay. Okay, now that should be right-ish on the border of... two of those squares. quick probe mining pattern. Should tell us what mineral wealth is laying in those areas. So let's get our miner busy, pulling some of that out. And with any luck, he'll come across some nice fat iron veins for us to extract. Maybe even a hunk of magnetite clustered up. Wouldn't that be nice? Let's get that iron being mass produced. What do you say? Got all these trees to be burning up. Speaking of which,
Oh, did you see what I did with this thing?
Starting to get that archery training in for our clothiers. I'm amazed these corpses are worth anything by the time these guys are done putting that many bolts into them. That badger's getting some head bashing right there. Never mind, I didn't think they could drive across stockpiles, but apparently they can. That works. And then I go and tell you that gypsum plaster is hard to find, and we literally have gypsum on this map. Probably requires a kiln, I'm betting. No, guys, sing along. Akura Kira come. Zikalumash, Velako Mano Masarala Ram, Omer Ardemor Nildatan, Akura Kira come. Akira come. Surely you all know the words by now, right? Alpaca? Well, water buffaloes. What? What? No, they're not starving. They're overdue for butchering. Look at all these random pets they brought in. Oof. Pets we can't eat. We can pasture them in the appropriate spaces. If they start to get out of hand, then they can find unfortunate pasturing. They can find unfortunate pasture arrangements involving being stationed below a drawbridge. But there's not much you can do about pets otherwise. I think those capybara were like sneaking through here like, God, please don't notice us. They're dwarves. Please hope they don't notice us. Please hope they don't notice us. My dwarves are straight doing that scene from Lord of the Rings. Looks like meat's back on the menu. Now, the reason I did the weapon traps close to the walls here is because this will punish the AIs Well, I would call it lazy pathfinding, but it's not. Hey, devil, everything's going great. In the last couple days, anyway. Nothing. It's just a stockpile. It's a stockpile that's designed to hold nothing. It's literally a permanently empty stockpile. The fact that there's wood on it is just because we cut the trees that were there originally. We've never moved the logs, so they're just still happen to be sitting there. That's it. The reason we do this stockpile is that stockpiles actually keep down the trees. We don't want to have tree growth above our underground pasture spaces. We've already had a couple that we've had to floor over. So I call this yard cloth. We put it down and it keeps the trees out. If you've got a flower bed, you may have used newspaper. Put down 3 or 4 sheets of newspaper, scoop some dirt over the top of them, and ain't nothing growing. It'll come up from underneath the newspaper. There are other things you can do. You can use roads. You can pave over it with flooring. This is quick. Requires no dwarven labor. Needs no materials. Arguably exploiting in that sense, but the reality is that if I could tell my dwarves, hey, anytime you see a sapling in this area, just automatically trample it until it's dirt, I'd get the same result. And you could issue such an order in the real world, so not too upset about it, all things considered. Oh, don't worry, we're going to get there, because I want a road made out of gold bars. I want a road made out of gold that's paved right up to a tower made out of nothing but apple wood. It's going to smell great. Well, I thought we had more than that. Nuts. Gotta wait a minute. Not leaving yet, are they? No. We're good. So let's talk about ease of production versus dwarf buck value. Serrated discs are probably the easiest production value good you can make. And without requiring anything super crazy, they are easily one of the most valuable items you can produce if you use the right materials. Even glass discs are very valuable, but iron discs, especially masterwork iron discs, absolutely take the kielbasa for this one. You can get prepared meals that are worth more than this, but you're going to have to work at it. So 15 grand for the one item. I'm probably going to be able to buy most, if not all, of the stuff I want from the caravan with the one disc. Weaponsmiths. Weaponsmiths make trap components. No problem, man. Like I said, that's part of the reason we're here. If you got a question, you ask, I answer. If I don't know, we'll look it up and we'll figure out the answer. Because at that point, I want to know. Right. Glass is what I would typically use. Because I'm a big fan of unlimited resources. The catch is that in our fortress, glass involves an enormous travel time for making the sandbags. The empties are dropped over where the sand is, but the sand is nowhere near where it's going to get used. So whether we're talking about delivering the empties back to where they get picked up, or whether we're talking about taking the finished sandbags to where they're going to get used, either way, big travel time. In terms of raw labor for us, we are way, way out ahead. Oh, not, well, tough, no, complicated, yeah, it's fiddly. So let's talk about what that would need here in a second. Don't let me forget, Chime. We need to discuss what it takes to bring magma up, because I'm going to have to actually do it for our fishermen too, I think. There's two ways to do it, and for the fishermen I may hack it just to show you how that would work, but for the weaponsmiths or the glassmiths, we're going to do it the proper way. The fishermen, I just want to do it because there's a bug involving indoor freezing that's a problem. I'll show you what I mean. Let me finish going through their list here and seeing if they have any good stuff that we can take that's not super decorated, so it's pointless to bring in. I mean, I don't care about that copper crust, but we can melt that thing back down. But anything that's listed as large, by the way, large copper, large mule, large alpaca, these are too big for you. They're human size. Can't wear them. So you can melt them down, but they're otherwise without value to us. And seeds I want, and empty bags I want, and sandbags I want, but the rest of this stuff is just... Do not care about your flour. Will not buy. Go away. Stop trying to sell me flour. Lentils, though, we can plant those, I think. And then there's a bunch of cloth and leather. And initially I was concerned that we weren't going to have enough trade goods to actually buy what we want, but the only thing he's not going to give us out of the gate here is silk. So we're going to have to get a big trade with the dwarves in and buy a bunch of silk just to have it on hand. And as long as we continue to produce cloth in the abundance that we will, with our hemp and rope reeds producing like they are, then we should be able to relegate mass clothing production to standard cloth without resorting to silk clothing, which is good because getting silk is sometimes problematic. If I were going to get silk in this fortress, what I would try to do is dig down to the cavern level and come at the cavern from the side and dig myself out an area that was right alongside the caverns but separated by one tile of stone. Cave spiders will teleport. They don't actually transit the distance. Now that's not giant cave spiders. Those work just like the monsters you've always come to love and know and love. But the regular vermin cave spiders, the ones that leave the cave spider silk laying all over the place, well, those are just vermin. They just teleport like all the other vermin do. They don't actually transit the distance between point A and point B. So if you take those vermin and you get them close enough to where they can get into your fortress, and the biome says that there are cave spiders in that biome, then your open space becomes potentially an area where cave spiders will get into and gradually produce a small amount of silk. Now, for you ambitious sorts, the general way to get lots of silk is to keep throwing down cage traps all over the place down in the caverns until you catch yourself a cave spider, a giant cave spider. And then you do like we've done on prior streams and you set up a firing range. But the firing range in this case is for the giant cave spider. You drop in some goblin who lands in the middle of the room and breaks both his legs, but he's still alive. The cave spider will want to try and eat him, so it starts flinging webs at him, but it's on the other side of a fortification, so it can't get to him. The webs just start spraying all over his room. Once it sprays the room down good, you seal a bridge up so it stops spraying webs everywhere, and then you tell everybody to collect the webs. Some of them will get stepped on, some of them will get used up, some of them will get collected. The goblin eventually has to be killed or euthanized. You get the idea. But long term, you can always toss the goblin to the cave spider if you're feeling lucky. Maybe he gets in a lucky hit before he dies and kills your cave spider. Or you just toss him out in the caverns when you're done with him, and then you don't have to worry about it. Now we are going to pick up all of the books and quires and codexes and the sheets because I can. We have that kind of money. And then, bang, it's all ours. And then we're going to give them, that's give them a bronze disc. A nice, expensive bronze disc. We're not getting payment for that one, and I don't care. When they leave, since they've made so much more profit, we will tend to get better trade goods. It's bribery, it really is. I'm literally bribing them. I'm saying, guys, you're offering this time with shit. Bring more. 17 wagons. I want to see the wagons lined up so far that they go off my map, and you literally spend the entire season getting them here, and we have to have dwarves hauling in our trade goods and hauling your stuff away constantly to keep up with the flow of wagons. That's what I want to see. Bring that to me. And of course the humans are going to look at me like, if we did that, the goblins would hit us mid-caravan and we'd lose it all. And I'm going, yeah, but think of the reward if you make it to us. They could be known as the humans that did the Desert Chambers run in less than 12 parsecs. All right, so magma. Let's talk about that for a minute. There are DF hack tools to put magma where you want it. That is to say, if you don't want to go through the process of moving the magma by hand, say you're a new player or you just think it's fiddly or you don't want to fuck with it, whatever. I'm not here to judge and I don't give a shit. You can actually clear out a space, And it'll take our miners a second to get over here. But they're doing their job. Now this is still going to require some labor, but we can kind of make it better now. Come on, glass makers. Or miners first, sorry. Miners. What are you guys doing? Oh, a little everything. That's right. A little everything. May need some additional stone workers after all.
We come here in hopes of a better life.
So, there's actually a trick. The garbage dump is close. I wouldn't actually use a garbage dump. I'd use a stockpile. But I'll get to that in a second. Mine carts with a stockpile. You have it stockpiled. Mine carts made only from the metal that you make them from so that you know they're magma safe. The mine carts will get stored in the stockpile. Fill the room with magma. The mine carts are full of magma at that point because they've been placed in an area that's full of magma. Drain the magma out, right? With just a bridge or a bridge drain, depending on how you've got it rigged up. And then you, once the mine carts are available, accessible, cooled down a bit, wheelbarrow them to their final destination where you put them on a track stop and they get dumped right into the spot where you're going to use them. It's basically the system you're using, only you're reclaiming them after you garbage dump them and you're using pumps to move the magma. And generally speaking, I avoid using pumps any chance I can, and pump stacks are crazy. Not to mention, pump stacks will, if you do them the right way, they are super fast, and if you do them the other way, there's like a lag in them. There was an article on the forums some years back, and it's been a long time, where depending on how you assemble your pump stack, whether it's from bottom to top or top to bottom, I forget. But the gist is that, yeah, I don't even know that I'd worry about the pistons and the automatic powering and all that. Nah. I think I would just use mine carts in a stockpile. Mine carts in a stockpile. So, let me get these guys sorted first. There we go. Okay, now that we've got everybody sorted, so let's go back for a second. give me 1 second, guys. Oh, sorry about that, guys. Magma. So here, let's look for a moment and pretend for a moment that this room was a stockpile full of mine carts. Pretend these empty bags are mine carts. We would flood this room with magma, drain the magma back out, and all the mine carts would be full of magma. Then, we dig these holes just like we are now, and we put a track stop next to each one. And on each one, the track stop is designed to dump directly into that hole. And then, we assign one minecart of magma to each track stop, one at a time, so that each one gets moved and immediately dumped. Now, when that happens, the minecart is now empty and there's 2 of 7 magma in the hole. You do that twice, or 3 times optionally, and once you've done it twice, 4 of 7 magma is in the hole. At that point, remove the track stop, build your magma forge or your magma furnace. You're done. It really is that simple. Pump stacks are the hard way now. Pump stacks are the hard way to do it. Now, if you need to pump magma up, say, because you need to be able to drop it on enemies using a gravity dispersal system, by all means, build yourself a pump stack. The solution I'm proposing is not generally going to get you enough magma fast enough to refill a good-sized reservoir. It just won't. But in terms of forging, just about perfect. If there were a way to get a 1 of 7 magma into a minecart reliably, I think I'd probably would use it, fill them all to 7 of 7, and be done with it. Now, the other way you can do it, besides pump stacking your magma into like a yeah, we traded with them. I thought, wait, did we not trade with them? Oh my God, we let the merchants leave. The other way, we did sort the migrants, right? Yeah, we're good. Okay. The other way you can do it, besides pump stacks or directly tapping a volcano or building down at the magma sea, which aren't really good options for us. We don't have a volcano, and getting down to the magma sea is like 90 levels from the top. That's a lot of Z levels to have to traverse. You know, if your fortress is spread out horizontally, it's bad, but spread out that far vertically is just as bad. So we could move like the metal crafters guild hall down there, basically, and just, you know, build themselves bedrooms and everything down at the magma sea and treat that as their guild hall way down there at the bottom, right? And they never see anybody because they're constantly down in the forges and nobody ever sees them. But the other way is with DF hack. There's a liquids command, and I'll wait for the miners to get this, and I'll dig this out and show it to you. is mining. Okay, now, once that's dug out like that... Okay, give me a sec, because I gotta remember what this is. There is, for the record, an extensive list of these little add-ons that you can run. Like, an incredible number. Liquids at cursor position. That's exactly what those DF liquids. Oh, that's... This is going to put magma at the point where the cursor is, a point 7 deep with a flow so that it is not static by default. Now, flow in this case will immediately cease because it's going to be one tile wide. With a set, so it's going to add it. And then the PF is... don't change the permaflow state. So if I wanted to have this be a magma source tile or permanently flowing, then you can set it. It will switch stuff so you can make a river source, for example. Clean the salt and the stagnant tiles for your waters. In this case, we would... put the liquid. We now have a 7 of 7 depth magma right there. Hey presto, done. Now we can immediately build over the top of that, because it's just perfectly valid, a glass furnace. A magma glass furnace. But, here's the kicker. We haven't actually discovered the magma sea. And until you do, you can't actually build magma workshops. We know that there's magma here, we just put it there. But the magma sea is what triggers that. This is one of the reasons why I suggest to players not to play with reveal on. If you play with reveal, some of the discovery messages may not occur. You can lock yourself out of access to certain things by virtue of not having discovered the feature that unlocks them. If you pierce the caverns while reveal is on, for example, you never actually discover the caverns and you don't get cave moss. If you discover the magma sea, you're going to lose access to, I think you don't get access to your magma forges. Liquids allows you to put liquids exactly where you want them and exactly how much you want them. So it's a fantastic way if you're looking to, quickly slap in magma for like this, instead of digging down there and digging all the machinery, and maybe you just want to play Dwarf Fortress. I'm not here to judge, like I said, not here to do. My point is just to show you this stuff, and then you can figure out what you consider to be fair gameplay later. This isn't how I would normally do it, but what the hell? I haven't showed it on stream once, so why not? Here we go. We still can't build our magma furnaces, though, because no magma sea yet. And once you discover magma sea, as like I said, you can already go back to one of my prior streams and see how to do the minecart method. It's not even my invention. Why did we not get that Thurn killed? What? Why is my kiln not built? Architects. Waiting on the admins again. Laziest guild ever. They have, like, no labor to do besides farming. Laziest guilds ever. Beekeeping is not a labor. I don't care what anybody tells you. Not for these guys. They're not doing industrial grade. Oh, make no mistake, Chime. Balance is a subject that is literally foreign to the developers. The notion that they would tweak the game in any way to enforce some sort of progressive balance chain, no! You're in the wrong game. This is effectively RimWorld with Randy Random turned on to a degree. You get a bit of leeway when the game first starts before the stuff will really start to be thrown at you. We're already way past that limit, for the record. We are way, way over the created and exported wealth limits, I'm sure, by now. The bad things are coming. That's all there is to it. They are coming. So, we need to be able to lock our doors and throw traps down, and you know, like I said, it's on. It's already on. We just need to get these last few chunks of floor up, and at that point we can seal the door. Bring everybody in, seal the door, and let them deal with the cage traps and the weapon traps. We don't care. Now, long term, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually have another entrance, like right here, something. So they will come down, like right here, and they'll actually miss our entry. And they'll just they'll dive down through the ground and then loop back to wherever our entrance is. And we'll have an underground depot that we will be able to lock down and control better than this. This will work. But if I was going to do it this way, then there's going to be like a concentric ring around this that opens on the south side, and a final ring around that opens on the north side. So that when the caravans come in, they have to go all the way around north to south like 3 times to get to where they're going. Caravan won't care, but invaders are going to take that long route around to get there, meaning that you've got all that time in the world to get that gate closed. The catch, of course, is that anything on the surface starts to become a chore as your dwarves have to run around and fetch it, so it doesn't necessarily work out in your favor. In this case, Auto Chop is doing wonders for us. I don't know if you guys have been watching, but the ring in the middle where the stockpiles are won't regrow, but this stuff on the outside just keeps building up. They keep adding more and more logs to it as the green hell creeps back in over and over again. The only reason that this is green around us is because they keep felling the trees before autumn can turn them red. That's the ring of Auto Chop right there. You can actually see it. Alright, but this isn't really well defended. It really isn't. Even if I put archers on up here and shoot down, that's nice and all, but this just isn't that well defended. It really isn't. We need more traps. We need more weapon traps. We need more cage traps. No, I'm not trying to tell you not to use archers. Just, in fact, I'm not even telling you archers can't totally break a siege for you. I'm not even saying that. You get a few really well-skilled march dwarves and put them up there on the battlements, and they put a few arrows into guys and bring them down at range, the siege can break. It sometimes doesn't take much to break a siege. It depends. basic rock items that anybody can snag that we can use as trade goods. Cleans up extra rock, if nothing else. Kinda, Chime. It seems to me, and I am merely looking at this from the outsider's view of a fairly casual player in a sense, because I'm not one of the obsessives that really delves into this stuff. But it seems to me that I have good luck with people acquiring something when the something they're wanting to acquire is something they like and something that I'm going to make. So if they like bucklers and I make bucklers, they're going to have a chance to acquire one. If they like coins and I make coins, they're going to have a chance to acquire one. If they like turkey leather and I brought peahens, they're fucked. Sometimes they'll like things that you can't produce, or they'll only like materials and no particular items. It's supposed to be like clothing and jewelry, like the crowns and the rings and the earrings. But it doesn't feel like they acquire them very often, even when they're just sitting around in your stockpiles. Maybe I'm just not making valuable enough trinkets, I suppose, but they get them. Some people do. I've seen people claim things, and they very clearly, are acquiring them. In the last fort, we made coins, and we definitely had dwarves that acquired the coins. They picked them up because they were made in stacks of 500. I made a stack of black bronze, and the first. No, because it's got to be something they're acquiring for themselves, not something they're dropping in a stockpile. Like something for their actual personal use. Clothing, especially if it's good quality clothing, can sometimes help because they'll get a good thought from acquiring good quality clothing, but they can also get a good thought from acquiring other items that your fortress makes. If it's something they like, they can acquire it personally. We had a dwarf in the last fortress. I made black bronze coins. He picked them up and said, "Oh, I like those," and I can't do anything with them after that. They're his. He owns them. He carried them around. We lost a few stacks of coins that way, basically. It doesn't look like they do it with like things like furniture, but small objects that they can pick up and walk around with, like coins, yeah, absolutely. Rings and tokens, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I try to produce not just some rock ones, but also some metal ones and some glass ones, whatever I can make, And then I just have to turn them loose on it. At some point, I mean, you got to realize I have literally 53 dwarves, and I've cut down on the labor that each one of them theoretically does because they start available doing everything, right? By definition for like auto labor, all of them always available for everything. And then I'm trying to, whenever possible, give them time to idle. I'm probably going to have to pull the hunters back because they get so busy hunting that I don't think they get any real rest time. I need to get a dormitory up. We have construction that hasn't finished yet, But as soon as they finish that, we put in the wall and we're done. We've locked up the ceiling and the apiary is secure. Right now, we're still vulnerable to flyers.
Sarah hates
We
saying
could
no to you,
mitigate
but no.
with by sending out the militia, but that's our only real mitigation at that point, because it would fly over the traps and enter the fortress. Now you'll find I kind of discount dogs. Make no mistake, I love having dogs. I put them on my door. I train them for war. I use them to defend my entrances. But I do not expect them to accomplish fuck all. Because realistically, 10 dogs on a goblin is bad. 10 goblins on 10 dogs is a massacre. Not for the goblin, not for the dogs. Goblins be claiming that stuff at that point. Might as well. Dogs do better, especially when they outnumber things at that point, because you kick in the exhaustion penalties. And that's really where dogs get their best use, in a sense, if you will. My suspicion, Chime, has been and continues to be that the needs system is there to provide a foundation for systems like the religion system, which is all new. Or relatively speaking, anyway, yeah? And I'm not real sure any real fine-tuning or how much fine-tuning has been done on some of the needs. Dwarves needing to be with their family is wonderful, but since you can't supply that need as you as a player, it's just frustrating because there's nothing you can actually deal with, but your dwarves can be reduced to incoherent wrecks because of it. If you could grow your fortress like NPC fortresses do, it wouldn't be an issue. You'd have to open up Legends mode to find out where their families were. That's the only way to know.
Sorry,
Oh,
If that's
Sarah,
what you were
can't
trying to
do
do
it.
is, if what you're trying to do is send them as messengers to that city, I don't even know that you'll get credit for it that way. It's one of those things that it feels like the system is there, like we built the foundation for the house, and then we built like one room. Not that it's half cooked, just it was put together to be a foundation, and the foundation wasn't necessarily completely built out. It's like if you were building a house that was a mile long, you could probably build the first quarter mile and actually build the house on top of it to start, even though the foundation at the far end may not even be done drying yet. It's just not relevant at that point, right? But at the same point, it means the foundation itself is not necessarily finished. And the balancing of the need system sometimes feels that way to me. It feels like, I think the phrase I keep using is that it feels like in in days of yesteryear when you would play Dwarf Fortress, your dwarves had a lot to do in the time they had to do it, but it felt plausible in the sense that your dwarves got all these things done. They're dwarves after all, right? But as these new needs have been added, the amount of time that passes hasn't changed, but your dwarves now have more things they have to get done. And if they're not meeting those needs, then the things that you need them to get done are actually impacted negatively down the road. In the form of unhappy dwarves and, longer delays because they have to catch up on their needs or whatever. It feels like Dwarven days pass too fast for the amount of things that have to be done in them, is what I would say. It's not even lack of focus, because what happens is, and microforts are theoretically organized to avoid this, is that you're all this transit time that we create by building our fortresses and sprawling them out, even when we're not even sprawling them that far, is actually working against us. What we really want is to have every dwarf, to the extent possible, be within like 3 steps of their home, their work, their tavern, their temple, their dining room, all at the same time, as much as possible. Now, obviously, you can't. There's a limit, right? I mean, you can't have everything in one room, even for every dwarf. No way. Crazy talk. Especially because then the smaller rooms aren't given the higher value, and then you lose out on the social structure. No. You can't split them up that far. So the thinking is that for the small fort, the micro fort design, right? We're doing a hybrid of that, where we're still implementing the pancake stack, but theoretically, around each room, which forms a great hall of its own, right, with a temple and a tavern and the whole 9 yards for each guild. Around that is a ring of hallway, and then around that is a ring of bedrooms, or 2 rings of bedrooms, or 3 rings of bedrooms, or however big the guilds get. Yeah, I haven't mapped out what the bedrooms are going to look like, because circles by hand with separations, and I got to do 200 of them. But we need to, because we don't have any rooms for our dwarves, and we're now up to like 53. Yeah, a lot of dwarves. Too many. But we need to get our dormitory up, so doing that too, you know. But theoretically, all this gets fixed. I mean, down the road, at some point, the foundation gets finished, and the stuff built on top of it is completed, and this looks good at that point. Needs is how RimWorld works, after all, in a sense, right? I mean, we actually see it there in terms of literal bar graphs, or bars, progress meters, in a sense, for their hunger and their sleep and whatever. And right now we're going to make the beds manually for a second, because I want those to be done by somebody highly skilled. And so I'm forcing them into this one workshop, which has been limited by... make no mistake, Chime, as far as colony builders go, what's already in Dwarf Fortress is fantastic. That's the catch. You have to get past the obtuse interface and the sometimes painful lack of feedback. But what's already there, is already more complex than every other colony builder on the market. The depth of construction from something like Prison Architect, mixed with the excursions of something like RimWorld, the tower defense model that's lacking from something like Banished. It's not, I mean, and that's before I'm starting to consider things like adventure mode, or for you people who really just want the story generation, you know, you can just generate Legends World after Legends World if you want. I mean, depending on what you're looking for, there's a lot there. There's far more there than is most other games. The catch is make no mistake, learning it, getting to that point, getting to the point where you understand it all from start to finish, top to bottom, is a brutal learning curve. I mean, this is the one I've often seen. Something like this, right? You know. This is the one I always see. Is something where they've taken the learning curve and made a learning cliff out of it. That's Dwarf Fortress in a nutshell. Getting over that initial hump is harder probably with Dwarf Fortress than most other games I've ever played. At the same time, once you're standing there, if you will, kind of, I won't say at the peak, but once you're standing there at the edge of the first hump looking back on it, you kind of go, you know, in hindsight, that all makes perfect sense. And it doesn't. A lot of it doesn't. A lot of it's just absolutely batshit in some ways. But it does. It all does kind of fit together reasonably well for being the very iterative, evolutionary product that it is. I don't do much with the excursions, but it's very clear to me how very clearly that they're going to fit into the fortress, and I'm going to eventually have to pick them up long term in order to make my fortress fully effective on the world stage. Initially, for right now, the way things are working, trade in isolation works just fine. But I think long term, if you really want to be the best dwarven civilization you're going to be, you're going to have to look into sending dwarves out in armed parties to sack things for artifacts and that kind of thing. Guy escapes dwarven justice, send the dwarven hit squad after him, you know? For the justice system, you mean? Or for the expeditions? Oh, yeah, see, I couldn't tell you. You don't really need it in a fortress to get to the point where your fortress is mature. In fact, I would suggest to you that in most cases, sending out raids before your fortress is mature is just asking to get curb stomped by somebody much bigger than you. But eventually you're going to hit pop cap. And the question then sort of becomes, and now what, Dad? You know, what do you do when you hit pop cap? What's left for you? You can dig to the bottom. We know how that goes, right? We can build the biggest, trappiest, nastiest anti-siege fortress we want. Okay, sure. Everybody does that. That's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. It's good fun. You build the biggest, you know, cock and balls mega project you can think of, whatever it is that, you know, says I am here and I am the biggest. Your Ozymandias of statuary or whatever, right? That's cool. Everybody does it. Good stuff. You go hit the wiki up, you do some challenges for fun. But long term, your fortress is going to have to interact with all them other things. I don't know that there's... You could have to check the wiki and see what they say about raiding. Enough of the fun comes to your fortress, though, that until there's a... how do I put it? Until there's a better risk-reward ratio on the raiding, enough of the fun comes to your fortress that I don't know that it's necessarily worthwhile. Does that make sense? Like, I don't want to tell you guys not to do it, because you should. I'm suggesting long-term you're going to have to. Yeah, but I think other than very, very specific objectives, there's not enough there yet. It's well, let's use an example from another game. Let's do it by analogy. I've been kind of on the side playing with Total War Warhammer 2, okay? Because I like fantasy games and I like 4X games, and the tactical unit combat is kind of fun. Sieges are, well, sieges, but I'm enjoying myself. But the catch is that the diplomacy there is really lacking. Since I'm playing on easy, and generally at the beginning of the game, I'm building up my steamroller of doom, my skeleton crap stack of exquisite horror or whatever. And it gets to a point where there's a lot of times there's who knows, there's a nearby settlement I'd like to convince to like me, or not to like me, or that I'd like to buy one of their settlements right off them outright. And a lot of those diplomacy options are lacking. For example, say I vassalize a lesser power, and later on in the middle of a war, they capture a territory that I really want for myself. I want to have the whole province, and they've got one of the units. There's no real good way for me to, buy it off of them. You understand what I'm saying? You can't, if an ally slaps a city up in the middle of your expansion plans, you can't really do anything about it. And the diplomacy is sort of lacking there. It really is. I mean, hell, the AI could demand something horrifying, like you've got to give up 3 cities for 1 or something, but at least the diplomacy would be there. Maybe you can figure out 3 cities you're willing to get rid of to get that 1 in order to not have that donut in the middle of your territory or whatever. But, or maybe you'll go conquer 3 cities and then turn them over as a reward, right? But it would be there. And it's not there yet. And I don't want to bash it. Because the difference there is that Total War Warhammer 2 is done. And I don't expect it to improve for Total War Warhammer 3. I'd love it if it did. Because I think what they've got there, if they take what they did in 2 and they expand upon that, it'll be great. But I don't think they'll expand on things like the diplomacy, because they're going to say, well, that's not the primary focus. It's total war, not total diplomacy. But they're missing that. The context is what matters. In a sense, it's kind of what you miss out on when you play certain factions in that game, because, for example, if you play as the Vampire Counts, 90% of the world basically hates you right out of the gate. You are, at an extreme dislike penalty to everybody, almost. Even if you behave as a purely rational, don't attack anybody who doesn't attack you first, don't do the things that would cause your neighbors to suffer problems from being your neighbor, don't break your pacts. If you behave reliably and rationally and you don't attack anybody first, it doesn't matter. You're a vampire count, and that's all there is to it. Everybody, basically hates you out of the gate. They're not necessarily going to war with you right out of the gate, but give them a minute, they're getting there. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that lends to the best game you can get. If you want to have that diplomacy, great. Start them out with it. But let the player work at it. Don't leave it as a hard, fixed penalty. Unless you're literally creating a race of creatures who don't diplomacy in any sense of the word. Like in the Stellaris campaign with some, genocidal race that has to cleanse the universe of all other sentient life. If you're not one of those folks, who's just literally out for the green tide or whatever, then diplomacy makes sense. You don't have to like the Vampire Counts to cut a deal with them. And what's funny is playing as them, very few of the races I can trade with are races who actually can trade. There are a couple of orc factions, for example, who are vampire influenced, but you can't trade with the orcs, so there's no real point in having them vampire influenced unless you're going to go attack them right away and vassalize them. And then what the hell was the point of having them vampire aligned in the first place? And if they get confederated, then you lose that. You lose even that, because whoever confederates them is going to be bigger and stronger. They're not going to like vampires. So it feels like only certain races even deal with the diplomacy at all, because I suspect the orcs deal with it only amongst themselves and basically don't deal with it at all outside of that. The vampires can deal with it, but only certain races will even give you the time of day. Otherwise, it's basically just wait for your corruption to set in and then go sack them. It feels like the order races are going to get mileage out of the diplomacy in a traditional sense, and then, even then, it's just, like I said, I like what's there. Let's see what they do with it. Let's see if they go anywhere with it, you know? Because my guess is it won't be improved. I'd like for it to be, but I don't think it will be. Okay, we need to do some nest boxes. And I don't put any conditions on that because that's a one-time. We just let it run. It doesn't loop. See? There we go. Now this little trick is needed when we expand one of these locations like this. We're actually going to have to move which zone it applies to. We'll create the outer zone and then move the location to it and then delete the old zone. But it's going to take a minute before we get to that point. There's a lot of stuff to do. We're starting to get out to the limit of what even our 40 dwarves can do just because there's a lot of stuff to do. And into the cage they all shall go. Every little chick bird can go right smack into the cage. And we can check to see if the next batch of eggs is also fertilized. And if it is, forbid away if we like. And we can produce even more. And these guys will get turned over pretty hard somewhere right around in this vicinity because we are going to overtop the pop cap we've set pretty quickly. The Were-Chameleon Lasher. Oh joy. If I were going to pick a second feature to disable, since I've already disabled the Necromancers because of their current walk right into your fortress problems, is the Werebeasts. I'm not a big fan of the implementation. If there were a way to deal with the infection better, it wouldn't be so bad, but currently there's not much option, really. So there is our Were-Chameleon right over there, blinking, charging at us now. If we can get everybody indoors and keep them there, well, I don't think we're going to get so lucky as to hold him off until we can get that, because it'll take him a minute to get the bridge up. And I don't know that I've ever tried it with just a locked door. I should probably put a wall up right here real fast and put 2 doors on this and lock them, and then I can do that. Yeah, for most of them, they're not big enough to destroy the door fast enough to get in. I understand, and then they change back, and they're basically whatever they were before. I get it. Were-Elephant was what we had in a couple forts ago. Basically went Were-Elephant right outside our entrance and just said, "Oh, I came out of nowhere, and hi, I'm a Were-Elephant." It was like 3 squares from our best carpenter. Splat! Walks into the entrance, and there's like 4 guys who are inside that are trapped, have nowhere to really go. Splat, splat, splat! You know. Wasn't like they were going to fight the thing. In this case, though, the big hilarity here is that from where he is, if he doesn't change back fairly quick, he is going to get to taste that weapon trap. What do you bet is that he doesn't have any armor on right now? There are 3 large bronze discs in that weapon trap. They will each fire 10 times when he steps on that. That's 30 attacks by weapon trap in the first step. Bang. Or is it 3 each? So it'd be 9. Excuse me. 3 each. 10 would give you 30. But the gist is he's going to take 9 attacks by giant spinning saw blades before he even gets into the front door. And that's assuming we don't get everybody in. And if he deviates, he's cage trapped, because the only way out, if he goes wide for some reason, whatever it is, pathfinding, whatever, cage trapped. I don't believe were animals are weapon trap immune. Normally. Maybe there are a few, I don't know. I don't think most of them are. But we do need to get up a burrow. Actually, though, I am kind of curious. Does he have... there is no inventory. He literally has a badger blood covering. He's naked. Naked is not a good look against bronze weapon traps. Just for the record, I'm not saying they hit him. Maybe he's got good dodge skills. Maybe they just aim badly this time. But it's not a good look to go in there naked. Now, we do need to get everybody indoors, so burrow time. And I started to do this earlier when that siege came, and I didn't actually finish. But I was always partial to, parodying of Gandalf here. Because unlike in prior versions, there is no simple inside command that tells everybody to get in the doors. So now we'll need to tell them what qualifies as inside. And normally I would say we're going to do this whole thing because we're going to try and get the door closed. But then we're going to allow them pretty much free reign inside the fortress. And then over here, say, and then I gotta go around that pond, you see. I don't want them trying to scavenge in the pond in the middle of a fight. Oops. And we'll have to go back and get the sand collection area, or they will stop collecting sand in the middle of a siege because they can't go outside there. So now there's a sand collection is doable. And if your burrow doesn't include the dig area that you suggest for digging, like say I had a burrow that only covered the interior of this, and then I expanded it like this, and then told them to go into the burrow, they wouldn't expand the digging any. Typically, if you stop digging like that, and the digging is very clear that they can get to it, and you know it's not pathfinding, you know it's not I bet I didn't go up far enough. Nope. Did not. Burrows is the next guess I would give things that break if you've burrowed somebody. It's easy to goof it or forget about it and have it be problematic. I'm going to go all the way down to 12 because there was going to be a dormitory and levers on 12. Now let's see if we've got any of these up. Do we have any of these beds done? Yes, that one right there. Okay, cool. You're now a bedroom. And the good thing about planning mode, it will stop these rooms from expanding, so I can expand as though there was a door there, and it will stop that. And enter, and then make this a dormitory. And now we have some sleeping arrangements for dwarves that are better than the hospital, which was not even a room. Now at least they have a dormitory. Not that they care in the middle of the siege, mind you, I'm just saying. They do. Now we can get the lever pulled. And I want that done like yesterday, so we're going to put a now on it. And we need to make sure that we set an alert so that the civilian alert is on. Civilian mode activates this burrow. Since we're on this mode, that burrow is active. Now, The lever is inside the burrow. Everybody should be headed indoors if they're not already. The were chameleon. This job over here to mine or to cut this log will be canceled because it's not inside the burrow. That dude is not going to make it. He did not get there fast enough. Sorry, dude, you're dead. And I think it just plowed a dog that got in the middle of it for no good reason, and then it bypassed the weapon traps because of the dog. Good job, dog. Here we go. Let's see here. Get a... it's V, isn't it? V, yeah. I was hoping for... Catches is he is absolutely going rip on stuff, and I don't think that the traps even slowed him down. That's him mauling the snot out of the carpenter. Killed it. Oh, it was the duckling. The duckling got out there and got mauled. Good job, duckling. And he actually improved. Wow, good job. And war dog. War dogs. This is probably fortress ending, just for the record, because everybody he bites or scratches has to be isolated or killed. Okay, that crafter smith dead. That stonecrafter, dead. Clothier, dead. Then I think the curb stomped him, but no, maybe not. He's still going. So then they killed him. We lost 3 just that fast. And you don't have a real chance to deal with them because they almost always sneak up on you. They're very quick in most cases. Very slow animals would be, you know, at least easier to deal with. Oh, 3. Oh, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. I've got to go through and find them and mark them as bridge bait because they've been bitten. Probably should put the doctor on duty, though. You know, just because, you know. What? Okay, so what do we lose? War dog has been found dead. Badly crushed. Yeah, I think. So let's look back through it, just to be sure. This is the dude he killed up there at the beginning. Knocked unconscious, latched on firmly, shook around, dead, 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 dead. Tore in the skull. Killed the duckling. Killed the puppy. It fell over, then it bit the clothier, bit and tore something other than clothes. Dead. Bit the stonecrafter, tore something other than clothes. Dead. And bit the smith in the hand, tearing the muscle. Dead. All of them. Bridge bait. Station them underneath the drawbridge, crush out of existence, move on. Memorialize immediately. You can exile them. You may very well see them again. There is no other solution. You can lock them in a door and wait for one of them to change and kill the other two if it's not all three of them. But the end result is that bites are almost invariably, if not universally, transmissible. So anybody who's had a diagnostics request now that I've got the doctor up is bridge bait. Crafter starting with Z. Don't think we can go directly to him. Xaneg, Stonecrafter, Bridge Bait. Zulban, Smith. Sodell, Clothier. Hey, Nafe. And so we lose a good miner and decent engraver, probably one of our starting 7. I'd have to double check. And a legendary weaponsmith, because of course. Not our only one, but yeah, because of course. So yeah, into the squad they go, and under the bridge they go. Werebeast. If I had to pick one feature to disable second, that would be the feature. If you get bitten, you are dead. End of story. 100% transmissibility, you are dead. I have two choices. I can do something creative involving locking these guys in a cage and trying to release them at the next Goblin Siege, or I can bridge bait them and save myself the trouble of them getting out and having to get back in. Some people will run a vampire fortress. I do not recommend trying this with a werebeast fortress. Werebeasts will topple furniture. You can't have a temple. Okay, I'm just saying for the record, because this stupid-ass carpenter got himself into the refuse pile, if that left upper leg from that fucking were-chameleon turns him into a were-chameleon, I'm flipping the table and this fortress is dead. Because that will be the stupidest thing ever. But that's a werebeast's leg hitting him. I'm just saying, it looks like a bruise. But uh-huh. Notice the civilian alert is still on. Aside from my squad, who I've positioned where I want them, nobody else is in position to be risked. Fire the weapon. One. Problem, of course, is my bridge is too small. Two. So I'm starting to think this guy is like laying there in the refuse pit, having shit dropped on him from above. And I'd like to solve that problem, but he's too stupid to live because there's no reason to be in the refuse pit. We don't harvest the bones. Everything in there has been dumped and forbidden. Somebody always goes into the refuse pit, and I've never figured out why. Everything we dump is automatically forbidden, so there's nothing in there for the dwarves. It's in a soil layer, so there's not even stone down there he could go get. Sometimes they climb into it for some reason, and then people dump shit on them from above. And they get thumped. Sometimes badly. Sometimes they lay down there until it kills them. I've had animals die down there because they climb into the refuse pit, and the refuse pit kills them. I'm not sure he can get out. We'll find out in a minute. I'm not worried about it. If he dies, well, you climbed into the refuse pit. You're too stupid to live. 3. 2 on the raise, 1 on the splat. That's good werebeast elimination right there. Okay. The Carpenter Crafter has been missing for a week. I wonder. Maybe we should check the refuse pit. What do you think, guys? You think maybe there might be a guy in the refuse pit laying down there? Or was that our... There's a carpenter laying in a refuse pit. Imagine that. I'm suspicious nobody knows how to get him, and I have no idea why they ever go down there. Like I said, it's in a soil layer. There's not even stone that would have been down there initially. The only reason to go in there would be for the refuse that's dumped and forbidden the moment it drops, so why would he ever climb down in the hole? It's crazy. He's gonna die, because he's been laying down there getting thumped with garbage. Logically, there's no reason why the pathfinding would even take them down there. I have no idea why it would even consider that a good idea. Unless it's literally pathfinding to a floor first, and then trying to figure out whether it's a valid connection later. Oh, that reminds me, I need to check something. Now that's a low priority task, so my guess is they don't get to it in time. He dies. We'll find out. Let's see if that hospital zone I thought I created is actually there. Next. No? No hospital? Okay, probably should create one then. Otherwise, nobody's ever going to rescue him. And now we have Dwarven Healthcare. And he'll be seen in the order he was thumped. Here's the thing, Chime, by definition, everything they dump is automatically forbidden. The dwarves can't touch it. They don't even know it exists. They ignore it like their lives depended on it, because from their point of view of their ethics, it does. So there's literally nothing. To him, the pit is empty, and it's a dead end. So it's got to be a pathfinding bug. It has to be. Where the pathfinding looks and says, well, I wanted to go down, and that's the closest down location, so that must be the fastest way down. And then he climbs down there and either doesn't know how to get back or something. And then they start throwing garbage at him and he gets killed. Those guys have been missing for a week. Imagine that. I don't get it. It has to be a pathfinding glitch. It's the only reason I can think of. They climb down, they don't know how to get back up. Because ramps don't work once you're down there. So once you're in, you're fucked. You're not supposed. We really need to get bedrooms up. We barely start. Oh, I need to tell them to do that. Ah, that's right. You were doing that because it was out of the one workshop. Now we need to see if we actually have a skilled carpenter left. We have one and almost a second one who is capable of doing this work. May take them a minute, but they'll get here. Okay. And we need to give him a proper coffin because he wasn't doing anything except cutting logs. He didn't do nothing wrong. Need to lower the drawbridge one last time. I've had that flapping up there, and that's funny, but since we're getting ready to have guys go out, it's not going to be good. Incidentally, leaving one of these things running is a fantastic way to depopulate your fortress in real short order. The right upper leg was still laying there. Whoops. Stonecrafter did the work right there with a pick. Struck him in the left lower arm and severed it off, and punched him in the first toe, right foot, causing it to explode, and struck him in the right upper leg and severed that off. And at that point, I'm suspicious that the dude just straight up bled out, because no arm and no leg. And his remaining leg had, like, the toe explode. The toe exploded hard enough to bend the foot and tear the fat. And Xaneg got his in, too. Before it took him down. Sodal didn't get much done. They straight up dismembered that thing. Gotta give them credit. Really put the work in on making it dead. That didn't write either, because that would include wooden boxes. Well, we'll just have to make sure we squash any plant boxes we bring in. And let them go, I guess. Get some extra bags made because we need more of here. Damn it, I thought I pulled that lever once. Did we not? My lever puller got ahead of the bridge at some point. There he goes. Now everybody can get out and get the stuff they need. Okay, guys, here's the deal. It's now 11:30 locally. Well past time for me to knock off. So I'm going to look out there and see who's available for me to sick you crazy maniacs on. Give me just a second here. And as usual, it's just me and the 24/7 Dwarf Fortress guy, so I'm going to leave you here in the safe and capable graces of the AI trying horribly to play Dwarf Fortress. If you folks will be back here tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, then you know full well that I will be back here, because tomorrow night is yet another night for 37 days of Dwarf.